Atlanta, Georgia. We are live now for President Trump's campaign event. This is a... Hold on, let me get rid of that static. Okay, the opening speakers for the program are set to begin here in just a few moments. We are in Atlanta, Georgia. Yes, this is our camera. We don't have correspondents at this one. Why? Because they're all over the country right now. One of our crews is in Newport News, Virginia for tonight's. It's going to be absolutely massive. They have been trying to stop it. State health officials there have been trying to find a way to force that event to stop. Not going to happen. They're going to go ahead and go on with it tonight. 9 p.m. Eastern start, so a little bit late. But we'll be live about 6 p.m. Eastern time, and we'll try our best to get the interviews today. Newport News stream, 6 p.m. Eastern time. President Trump speaks at 9 p.m. Eastern time. And then tomorrow in Middletown, Pennsylvania, which will immediately precede the event at the White House where President Trump announces his Supreme Court pick. We will be there for... we won't be at the White House for that, but we'll be streaming that live and then go straight to the rally in Middletown, Pennsylvania. Should be a good one. Enjoy this event today. If you have any friends who are on the fence about Trump, especially any African-American friends, some like to be called African-Americans, some prefer Black Americans, whatever you want to call them. There are a huge amount of minorities that are going to side with Trump this time around. And so share this stream with as many folks as you know. This should be a really good program. I've seen some of the opening speakers. I'll keep that to myself for now, but you'll see, you'll love it. President Trump will be speaking here in about an hour. So that's the plan for now. Enjoy, and we'll be back shortly if there are any updates. Okay, so I have an update. My cameraman is asking you to please ignore what he's about to do. We just bought this camera. It's a brand new camera. We just got it in yesterday, and so we're trying to fix it so that you don't see this menu here on the screen every time. Look, this is just what you're going to get with the right side, okay? We are not seasoned media veterans, so you're going to see us do things like this from time to time. We are trying to figure out how to make sure that the menu doesn't show up every time that, at least to our live viewers, that our cameraman can do this and no one else will see. So bear with us for a second as we go through this. We'll figure it out. But again, we have 2 new cameras in. We have 2 new Live at You units in. So things are going, things are getting crazy, but that's what we want. We want crazy. This is what we're built for. So maybe I think he got it. Hopefully. There we go. Excellent. So the opening speakers we expect to start shortly, and the president will speak after. And then we're off to Newport News. Tonight, 9 p.m. Eastern Time. It's going to be a big one. They've done everything they could to stop it. You don't want to miss it. Tonight, coverage begins 6 p.m. Eastern. And the president will speak at 9. Tomorrow, Supreme Court pick, 5 p.m. Eastern from the Rose Garden, and an 8 p.m. Eastern Time rally from Middletown, Pennsylvania. Okay, we're going to send you live now to Doral, Florida for the Latinos for Trump roundtable event, a campaign event. We were not actually able to get to today because of our crews being in 3 different locations. We're going to take you live there right now as we continue to look in here at the event in Atlanta. So stand by.
Best businesses, we had the best everything. We've rebuilt our military. By the way, our vets are in great shape now. Our vets are fantastic. Veterans' choice, accountability, so many things. But we did things that nobody ever thought were possible, and did them pretty quickly over a period of 3 years. And nobody's done what we've done in 3 years, 3.5 years. But then the plague came in, and we had to close it up, but we had to rebuild it, and we saved millions of lives by closing it. But now we're rebuilding it. It's going much faster than before. But I can tell you, it was all coming together. People say, how do you get them together? I said, success. We were there. It was all happening. And then China sent us the plague. But it was all happening. And now it's happening again. And that's exactly what we're doing. But I just want to thank this community. I want to thank so many of the champions. You have some great people out in the audience, friends of mine, a lot of friends of mine, and somebody I have great respect for, because I respect when somebody is the best at what they do. I want to thank Jorge Masvidal for being with us. Jorge Masvidal. When is your next fight, Jorge? Your next fight is a biggie. When is that? Well, work it. Get plenty of money, okay? Get plenty of money, but work. But definitely have it, because I want to watch it, okay? We'll be watching. We'll be rooting for you. But thank you for being here, Jorge. You're really a great champ. You're great at what you do, and it's right up here too. And don't let anyone ever think it isn't. But I want to thank everybody for being here. And Max, thank you very much. Great job you've done. Great job. We will go on. We're going to win. We're going to have 4 great years. I think next year is going to be one of the best years we've ever had. It's all heading in that direction. And I will never forget our Hispanic American community. It's just been with me. Even 4 years ago, we did very well. And with the Cubans, we were at 90%. Now I think, I don't know, is it possible to be at 100%? But we've always done well, but now it's really reached a new level. I will never forget you, and I want to thank you all for being here. Thank you all very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Dave.
The president wrapping up his remarks at Latinos for Trump roundtable there in Doral, Florida. He will now get back onto Air Force One and fly to Atlanta. The scene on the left, we're already live there. Opening speakers for the program will begin shortly in Atlanta, and then we will have the president's remarks, and then we'll go to Newport News, Virginia for tonight's big peaceful protest.
Couldn't roll me a 7 if you gave me loaded dice. I couldn't draw a hand if I sat here all night. Scared money, bad whiskey, there ain't no way to win. But this ain't the first time, it's the way it's always been. And you know the lady's a lot like Reno. She ain't got a heart, and she don't care when you're down. Just like the lights of the casino, she'll pull you in and play with you a while. But there ain't no way to win. I know she's a lot like Reno. break you, take everything you got. When you finally win the hand, there ain't nothing in the pot. A gamble that I'm taking, that either one I choose, Lady or Reno, either way I lose. You know the lady's a lot like Reno. She ain't got a heart, she don't care when you're down. Just like the lights of the casino, she'll pull you in and play with you a while. But there ain't no way to win, and I know she's a lot like Reno. Like Reno, she ain't got a heart, she don't care when you're down. Just like the lights of the casino, she'll pull you in and play with you a while. But there ain't no way to win, I know she's a lot like Reno. Couldn't roll me a 7 if he gave me a loaded dice.
That's a little update for you back here in the studio. Looking over the pool reports, the president's motorcade arrived at Air Force One at 12:32 p.m. following a fast drive along a highway featuring several Trump supporters, 2020 flags, and large billboards, among other things. The pool will not see the president boarding Air Force One, but they will be wheels up for Atlanta momentarily. So they're still in Doral for the roundtable earlier, the Latinos for Trump roundtable. Now they're headed to Atlanta, where we are. It's our cameraman, and he will be there throughout the duration when the opening speakers begin and the president speaks. You'll see it all here live on RSBN. Enjoy. And there's our two friends, Diamond and Silk, making their way into the room here in Atlanta. We are just a few moments away from the program getting underway. I want to thank everyone for joining us. We have a busy weekend here. This is not the only event that we'll be at today. We're also going to be, we're already in Newport News, Virginia for a huge Trump rally tonight, 9 p.m. Eastern time, a peaceful protest, I should say. Starting at 6 p.m., we'll have live coverage with Zoe Sozo, Liz Willis, and Grace Saldana. You don't want to miss it. It's going to be massive. And then tomorrow, we're not done. Obviously, President Trump will announce his Supreme Court pick tomorrow at 5 p.m. Eastern in the Rose Garden. He will then board Marine One en route to Joint Base Andrews and fly on Air Force One to Middletown, Pennsylvania for a rally tomorrow night or a peaceful protest. You don't want to miss it, and we'll be busy, and my guess is we're going to be camped out in the Keystone State for quite some time. Program will start momentarily. Hope you enjoy.
dances alone. No, nobody knows, nobody knows what she's running from. You can ask her to dance if you wanna, but you smile and just say no. Nobody knows why she dances alone. There's a million things that it could be, from broken hearts to broken dreams, or getting tired of being left out one more time. To tell you the truth, your guess is as good as mine. Nobody knows, nobody knows why she dances alone. No, nobody knows, nobody knows. Is there something at home? Nobody knows, nobody knows why she dances alone. No, nobody knows, nobody knows what she's running from. You can ask her to dance if you want, but you smile and just say no. Nobody knows why she
I guess stand up towards the front here and start talking. Don't be in front. Just start
right here?
Yeah, just right there.
It's Chuck Adams of RSBN TV, or RSB Network. Is that, are we testing, right? We're not actually...
Yeah, we're testing.
So, Chuck Adams, RSB Network. We're here in Atlanta at the Black Economic Empowerment Forum with the
Can you speak up a little bit?
Tell them I have atrophy of the vocal cord. That's all I got.
You said it's on the vocal cord.
Joe, my vocal cord started atrophying about 2 years ago. That's how I found out that I had Parkinson's disease. So this is about as loud as I get. I have to mic myself to preach now. But I can push it as far as I can.
So you want to do it?
You need to send me the information you want.
Okay, I'll tell him. So, what do you want me to do? Okay, alright, then I'll tell him. Alright, they're about to, he said he can switch it over. If you're comfortable with it, you can just talk like we are right now and I can just pan around while you're talking, or if you'd rather not be on camera.
Oh, it don't matter to me either way.
Because he said you just start talking and talk about giving donations and stuff. That'd probably be easier just for us to show rather than go on camera and stuff like that. You'll probably have to stand so close to the mic, you know. But you know what? Just
I'm trying to figure out what people want I can beg, borrow, or steal.
All right, we are going to go live for a few minutes to Atlanta to our cameraman / correspondent there at the scene, Chuck Adams, who is in training today for camera operator position. It's going to give us an explanation of what to expect here, and we do expect the program to begin shortly. The president is
this is Chuck Adams, RSBN TV. We're here in Atlanta today waiting on Donald Trump to come and give a speech to the Black Economic Empowerment Platinum Plan.
Firm Diamond and Silk is there. Stand by.
This today, we really appreciate your involvement, and your involvement comes with helping us out with donations. You can find the information, I guess, on the screen, and any help would be appreciated. We're trying to bring the true story of what's going on in the Trump campaign. Unlike the mainstream media, we're trying to give you straight up the crowd size and the truth behind it all. So we need your help. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Chuck. Yes, it's very, very important. I appreciate all of you. We are going to be in Newport News tonight at 6 p.m. start Eastern. The start time for that one, 9 p.m. Eastern, for the big peaceful protest in Virginia, which they failed to shut down. You know, the state health officials in Virginia are doing everything they can to keep this thing from happening. They were considering shutting it down last night, but it didn't work. Freedom will prevail. In the end, freedom will prevail. And that's what happened. We're going to have the protest tonight at 6 p.m. start time. We'll bring you live coverage with Zoe Sozo, Grace Saldana, and our own Liz Willis tonight from Newport News, Virginia. Tomorrow, Supreme Court pick and a rally or peaceful protest in Middletown, Pennsylvania.
but it wasn't much I couldn't feel, so I tried to touch. I told the truth, I didn't come to fool you. And even though it all went wrong, I stand before the Lord of Sun with nothing on my tongue but hallelujah, hallelujah, Everybody join in for God Bless America! God bless America. When that oil love stand beside her and guide her through the night with light from above, from the mountains to the prairies, to the oceans wide with love. God bless America, my home sweet home. God bless America, my home sweet For beautiful, for spacious skies, for amber waves of grain.
Hey guys, Joe Sills back here at the RSBN studio in Auburn. President Trump is about to deliver remarks in Atlanta, Georgia on Black economic empowerment. And we will be live from here, then head to Newport News, Virginia. If they're really so I'm not certain because I haven't watched the chat, but rumor is that some people are upset at a lower third or something that we have that says, let me see if I can find it. That says Trump delivers remarks in Atlanta. So we always do our best to sort of say, "Oh, President Trump." That's really silly to get mad at because the word president doesn't fit on my lower third. So that's just the way it is. But we also put President Trump whenever we can, and it's a common practice in the news. Like sometimes you can't fit something on a lower third. So that is the headline: Trump delivers remarks in Atlanta. President Trump delivers remarks in Atlanta. We also will be in Newport News, Virginia tonight at 6 p.m. The start time of that. We are at the venue right now, taking a look at things on the ground, and it is going to be huge. You know, the state health officials there in Virginia have been trying to cancel this event. They reached out to the airport and they told the airport to reconsider having the event. But as I said before, freedom has prevailed because we are going to be able to let our voices be heard. And that is exactly what this country is all about. So the show will go on tonight in Newport News, Virginia. Virginia is back in play, everybody. Virginia, once thought to be lost, is back in play. So is Arizona. If you've seen the recent polls, the president is making up a lot of ground in those polls. If you even believe those polls, I don't, because I've seen the enthusiasm across the country, and I'm sure you have too. And it is equal to or even greater than probably 2016. So it's going to be absolutely on fire tonight in Virginia, the enthusiasm level. So I urge you not to miss it. We're going to try to go all out for you and do interviews as well if possible. the scene on the ground in Newport News coming up at 6 p.m. Tomorrow, you don't want to miss the Supreme Court pick. President Trump will deliver his remarks at 5 p.m. We'll try to be all live on the air about 4 p.m. Eastern time with a little bit of a preview of that. And then we'll head to Middletown, Pennsylvania for remarks tomorrow night at a campaign event there. The debate obviously coming up on Tuesday. We expect to be in multiple states next week. I do have a list of states. I cannot divulge that information right now, but let's just say that we're going to be in 3 or 4 different states next week. So it should be fun. And if you want to support RSBN and help us get there, please consider helping us, donating to our travel fund at rsbnetwork.com/donate or the super chat over there. We appreciate you very much. We got Zoe Sozo, Liz Willis, and Grace Saldana standing live in Newport News coming up 6 p.m. Don't miss it. I know I've been saying this, but the program will begin soon. Rumor has it Diamond and Silk are in the house.
Let us rise up with greater purpose to determine the future for a greater America. The soul of faithful men and women historically contending for the very rights guaranteed by the founders of a great nation, inspiring all to rise above, to achieve the dream that truth and conditional love will have the final word. Overcoming the bondage of slavery, only to be oppressed by another 100 years of racism, denying American citizens of the right to vote, creating disparities in income, housing, education, unjust criminal codes. We stand before our nation facing yet another crossroad, a path to be chosen by every American.
A question we must ask. As people of good conscience, do we bank on empty promises that heal our hearts a little, but insult our intelligence? Hear me. We are faced with a choice. A man who in 47 years of political service said one thing while doing just the opposite. A man who voted repeatedly against better education for minorities by opposing busing. A man who supported minimum mandatory sentencing, expanding the death penalty.
We must take back the streets.
The man who proudly stood at a ceremony of a law creating the largest prison population in the world.
Madam President, we have predators on our streets.
The man whose own running mate said his policies and actions are racist.
It was hurtful.
And has the audacity to tell African Americans that we are not black enough.
If you have a problem figuring out whether you're for me or Trump, then you ain't black.
We have checked the record. We can think for ourselves. The choice has never been so clear.
African Americans are joining the Republican Party. They love us and we love them.
President Donald Trump has done more for African Americans in less than 4 years than others have done in 40 years. It was President Trump, not his opponent, who eased sentences for nonviolent crimes, as well as reevaluating and overturning mandatory minimum sentences. It was President Trump, not his opponent, who signed an executive order to combat racial injustice and police brutality when the Democrats obstructed a vote on the bill. It was President Trump who delivered $255 million of permanent funding for historically black colleges and other minority-serving institutions, more than any other president in history.
We're fighting for school choice because all children have to have access to quality education, which really is civil rights.
It was President Trump who championed the most inclusive American economy ever and highest employment of the black community in history. 4 years, not 47 years, of record and results, not empty promises that sound great but deliver nothing. Let us think for ourselves, not what we are told to think, and make an historic decision. In the words of my uncle, Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., we are not makers of history. We are made by history. Atlanta and all of America, rise. Let your vote be heard.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Bishop Lyndon Johnson, the founder of Atlanta Metropolitan Cathedral.
Let's do the one thing we know how to do, pray. God our Father, we thank you today for the privilege of gathering in your presence at this historic and solemn time in our history. Lord, we acknowledge that it's only by your gracious hand that we are preserved today as a nation. And God, we thank you. At this pivotal time in our history, Lord, it's your sovereignty that has permitted our president to lead us in this crucial hour. We pray for our president today. Give him wisdom, give him integrity, give him courage to protect and defend the Constitution. Protect him from physical danger. And in those lonely moments, Lord, when time comes to make decisions, grant him your wisdom to know what is morally right and give him the uncompromising courage to do it. You have entrusted, Lord, the leadership of this nation to bring our country together so that we may rise above the forces that seek to tear us apart. Lord, uncover those forces and expose them for who they are. Give our leaders the wisdom, the integrity, and the courage to help us remain the greatest nation in the world. We pray for this gathering today. May the voices that are heard speak truth, and let those who hear the truth be set free to exercise their rights to vote according to that truth. Use them to bring reconciliation between the races and healing to political wounds, that we may truly become one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. This I pray in the mighty name of Jesus. And somebody said amen.
I remember the first time I looked in the face of my first grandchild. The first thought that went through my mind was, what do I do to make this a better nation and to make this a better world? I didn't know the answer then. It took me 12 years and the grace of God to figure out what my journey should be. There's a mission. Just look inside and you will find just what you can do. Once I made a decision, I never looked back.
God bless America. Today is a historic moment for us as Black Americans, as Black Republicans. For the first time ever, we have a Republican Party that takes us serious and puts together a plan to change our communities. We know our history. We know what's happened to our communities. You know, just last night, I was listening to a speech that touches me every time by one of my mentors, and people I look up to that I never got a chance to meet, the Honorable Martin Luther King, Jr. And in his last speech, the mountaintop that he spoke about right before he was assassinated, he made this lasting comment about the Promised Land. The Promised Land. And just like Moses, when he had that vision, our people have been in the wilderness for the last 40 years. Our streets have been controlled by gang violence, lack of opportunity, jobs shipped overseas, and democratic leaders who have taken us for granted. All that changed in 2016 when we elected Donald J. Trump. We finally have a leader who has planted seeds, real reform, real change in our communities. You saw it, historic investments into HBCUs, opportunity zones, criminal justice reform, the lowest Black unemployment rate ever. The time is now. The time is now for us all to stand up, be responsible for our own community. The president is going to present today the Platinum Plan, the plan for Black economic empowerment. This is the plan we've always wanted. This is the plan we need, and we're going to get there together. I think under President Trump, we see someone finally who keeps his promises. And with those promises in the Platinum Plan, our people will get to the Promised Land. Thank you. God bless America, and God bless President Trump.
And now, to share their stories and the benefits of school choice, please welcome Walter Blanks Jr., Kira Peaks, and Pamela Duffy.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Walter Blanks Jr., and I come from the great state of Ohio. OH?
Ohio!
All right. It's good to know I am not alone. Now, I believe that education is the great equalizer in our country. More specifically, school choice is the great equalizer. It gives low-income children an opportunity to have a future for themselves, to strive for something greater than they could ever imagine. A higher quality of life, which is something that none of us should have to beg for. I've seen it firsthand in my own life. Growing up, I was surrounded by poverty, crime, and low expectations. But school choice was so much more than a policy. It was my lifeline. It was my lifeline out of my community. Because of school choice, I was able to escape the dangers that trapped many children in my neighborhood. I graduated high school and college, which was completely unexpected for me from birth. Because of my school choice journey, I've also had the pleasure of sitting next to President Trump at the White House, where I was able to share my own experiences. And during that time, I looked at him right in the eye and said, I'm coming for the White House. Now, lucky for him, I have still about 12 years before that can happen, so otherwise he'd have some serious competition this year. But school choice allowed me to realize my dreams while equipping me with the proper tools to achieve those dreams. No parent should be forced to send their child to a low-performing school based off of their zip code or income. President Trump and his administration has championed school choice by working to make it more accessible to families and students across the country. Students just like me, who wanted something more than flipping burgers or turning to the streets. Simply a better life. Without God, my parents, and school choice, I don't even know if I'd be here today. So on behalf of students, myself, and families across the country, thank you, President Trump, for your continued support. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Kyra Peaks. I voted in my very first presidential election in 2016 for President Donald Trump. He ran on ideas and values that lined up with what I believe to be true, and he supported policies that would benefit people who look just like me. Not only did he claim to support those ideas and policies, but for the last 4 years, we have been blessed with a president who does what he says he's going to do. One of the many beneficial policies for Black Americans supported by our president is that of school choice. President Trump and his administration have been supporters of school choice from the very beginning. Our president and his appointed Secretary of Education have made it their goal to work with parents to ensure their children are getting a top-tier education. They have fought to place the power in the hands of parents. President Trump knows that regardless of what a child looks like or what neighborhood they come from, they still deserve a quality education from a quality school. Our president is committed to supporting parents across America who want the absolute best for their children. He's committed to supporting parents who are tired of sending their children to failing schools. And he's committed to standing with the boys and girls who are forced into these systems year by year. My mother and father were blessed with the opportunity to send my 4 siblings and I to the school of our choice. How selfish would it be for me to support someone who believes in taking that right from youth across America who look just like me? America's youth deserve 4 more years. God bless you and God bless America.
Good afternoon. My name is Pamela Gaucher. I'm honored to be here to share how school choice has changed the life of my youngest son, Joseph. When Joseph was diagnosed with Down syndrome, we knew things might get challenging. We were ready to face it. We had many questions. What would be Joseph's quality of life? Could he be happy like other children? What could we expect for Joseph's education? Joseph attended his local elementary school in kindergarten, and we were pleased with his education. However, everything changed when he started first grade at the same school. I felt he wasn't getting all he could academically and socially. When I met with his teacher to express my concerns, she told me I was right. She said that she was not equipped to teach my son. I could not believe what I was hearing. My son means the world to me and my husband, and we knew we had to change his learning environment. One day, my husband saw an advertisement in a parenting magazine for Greater Baton Rouge Hope Academy. He shared the article with me. We thought, could this be the place for Joseph? A private school that provides unique solutions for unique learners? The bigger question was, could we afford to send Joseph to this school? Happily, the answers were yes and yes, because of school choice. Joseph qualified for the Louisiana Scholarship Program, one of the state's 3 private school choice programs. The Louisiana Scholarship Program has given my family and those in similar situations the financial resources to escape a school that was failing our son and the opportunity to choose the environment that best suits his needs. Joseph has been at Greater Baton Rouge Hope Academy for about 8 years. We have seen him grow as a student and a young man. This school challenges him academically on his level. He's gone from making F's to A, B honor roll consistently. He is thriving in all of these subjects. We've also seen Joseph grow personally in the area of being very confident as well. He now knows he can and will succeed. He also received a sports award from a local news station and participated on the Special Olympics soccer team. We are very proud of our son. School choice changed our lives. This is why I support the principles that President Trump stands for. President Trump supports parents who benefit from school choice. President Trump understands the revolutionary power school choice can have in every American child's life. Every family should be able to put their child in the learning environment best suited for his or her needs. Thank you, President Trump, for standing by America's children and for standing by parents like me who want school choice. And we are here to stand by you. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, here to discuss criminal justice reform, please welcome Keisha Brown.
Good afternoon. My name is Keisha Brown. When President Trump signed the First Step Act bill, the impact was felt largely in the African American and Latino communities. That meant our loved ones would have their sentences reduced from the harsh sentences that was set beforehand. I would like to thank the President for the release of thousands of men and women. By signing this bill, it reduced the recidivism rate and enriched our communities. I am speaking firsthand as a product of this. My husband, Jerome Brown, was released after serving 11 and a half years in prison. Throughout his incarceration, his mindset was to better himself as well as his family. His principal value was to leave no man behind, which led him into mentoring and prison reform. Jerome's motto was, to help one person anywhere is to secure the future everywhere. My family will forever be grateful for all the many accomplishments. Mr. President, we're currently interacting with the BOP and their families. They would like to thank you for being the only president that has given them hope. Their lives and future relies on a president that cares. Most importantly, understanding that a rehabilitated person deserves a second chance in society. We're greatly appreciated. Thank you, Mr. President Donald J. Trump. Thank you.
America is a nation that believes in redemption. Last year, I heard the story of Alice Johnson.
I was once told that the only way I would ever be reunited with my family would be as a corpse. In 1996, I began serving life plus 25 years.
Alice was sentenced as a first-time nonviolent drug offender.
What I did was wrong. While in prison, I became an ordained minister. I always remembered that God knew my name, even in my darkest hour, but I never thought a president would.
Alice's story underscores the disparities and unfairness in criminal sentencing.
He saw me as a person, and he acted. 6 months after President Trump granted me a second chance, he signed the First Step Act into law.
This legislation reformed sentencing laws that have wrongly and disproportionately harmed the African American community.
By the grace of God and the compassion of President Donald John Trump, I am alive, I am well, and most importantly, I am free.
Good afternoon, everyone. So, if I could just keep it real, it's no secret the accomplishments of President Trump in his last 4 years. No secret whatsoever. And it's also no secret what his opposition has been doing for the last 47 years. Taking everybody's money and giving them a kiss for it. Unbelievable. Unbelievable that the Democrats want open borders, want crime. We're not going to have it, folks. We're just not going to have it. So if I could, let me tell you a little bit about who I am. Tony Childress. I am the sheriff of Livingston County, Illinois. We are due south about 1 hour of Chicago. Rural central Illinois is what we like to call it, and it's our home and we love it. And we do all that we can to fight crime there. I've been with the sheriff's office for 29 years. I've been sheriff the last 6. I've been to the White House 5 times since President Trump has been president. Each and every time, Mr. President and Vice President Mike Pence have treated me with the utmost respect and sincere kindness, to the point that both of them have become true friends. Not only true friends of Sheriff Childress, but true friends of Livingston County, Illinois. I sat on the round table for law enforcement reform with the President, the Vice President, U.S. Attorney General William Barr, and Kentucky Attorney General Daniel Cameron. I was asked and submitted numerous recommendations for policing reform to the presidential administration. After submittal, the presidential administration used some of my recommendations in crafting an executive order used for law enforcement policing reform. I then stood with the president as he signed the executive order regarding law enforcement policing reform that would be implemented in many black communities in the United States. I have found President Trump to be a very most down-to-earth person. Also a person who does what he says and says what he does. This president has kept every promise that he made during the campaign in 2015 and 16. No other modern-day presidential candidate has kept every promise that they made. He has worked hard to break every economic record since he was elected. Unemployment in the black community during President Trump's term has been lower than it has ever been in history. He works tirelessly to support the black community, black universities, law enforcement, like no other modern-day president ever has. Finally, let's take a deep breath here and now. and say, do not be hoodwinked, bamboozled, or fooled into believing the lies and the untruths of the opposition. Now, for the good and the success of our whole nation, we must re-elect President Trump for president on November 3rd. We must re-elect him because there is much more work for us to do as it relates to the economic recovery and law and order in all of our communities in the United States. I ask you to please take a hard look at what this president has done in the last 4 years. And also, please take a very hard look at what Joe Biden has done in the last 47 years. May God bless you. May God bless this president and his administration. And may God bless the United States of America. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome small business owner Dr. C. Carson Reddy, Chief Clinical Director and CEO of Now Faith Apostolic Ministries, and Kelvin and Janelle King, owners of Osprey Management in Atlanta, Georgia.
Can Georgia make some noise? No. Can Atlanta, Georgia make some noise? I'm Dr. C. Harrison Brady, CEO of Education System Management. As a doctor of behavioral health, I treat children and adults who are battling substance abuse and mental health disparities. As an African-American entrepreneur, I didn't have access to financial capital when I established my organization. I was faced with many hardships in my early years of establishing a behavioral health practice, along with several other businesses which support the school that I found in Southeast Atlanta, specializing in children with special needs, Brady Prep. 6 months ago, our nation was hit with a catatonic disruption, COVID-19, the invisible enemy. Unfortunately, President Trump was handed over an antiquated infrastructure to combat this coronavirus. As such, he and his administration were forced to act immediately towards defeating this deadly virus, while also protecting as many as our fellow Americans as possible. While we suffered for a few days, our president made a promise to us. And that promise was to provide emergency relief, and that he would provide it swiftly to small businesses, in particular, African American and minority-owned businesses. I'm coming with you with facts. After hearing about the disaster relief from President Trump's Division of Strategic Partnership and African American Outreach, I must say I was the first to think, this is not for me. This is not for our people. Like many of you, while contemplating the number of employees I would be faced to furlough or lay off, shutting down the clinics, closing the schools, my trust in God became stronger as my cry became a desperate call. However, I figured What do I have to lose? So I applied. Somebody say swiftly. Within 7 days, our account was funded to cover our entire payroll for 2.5 months. Not a single employee laid off. I was amongst the hundreds of thousands of minority-owned businesses across this nation, along with many other small businesses, who desperately needed help with this same cry. President Donald J. Trump heard our cry. I'm giving you facts. He made it happen. Many minorities all across the state needed help. We needed additional unemployment. Our president made it happen. I know President Donald J. Trump economic record. And if he did it before, he can do it again. Help me with my speech, please. This is our time, people. My brothers and my sisters, ladies and gentlemen, this is our time for greatness and economic empowerment. President Donald J. Trump, take us back to the top. This is our time. God bless Atlanta, Georgia, and God bless our president, and God bless the United States of America.
Thank you for having us. Thank you so much for having us once again. And to all my friends who are not from Georgia, welcome to Georgia. So Kelvin and I are not strangers to this stage, and we will continue to stand up and speak boldly as it relates to the many wins that have came from this administration regarding the Black community, because it is time. It is no secret that we are living in one of the most difficult times we've seen, especially in our lifetime. But under all the misinformation and the emotional responses, this has been a time of winning for the Black community. We have seen record low unemployment, HBCUs fully funded, families restored under the First Step Act, opportunity zones that came and provided better opportunities for our communities. And the pandemic has been a very difficult time, especially for businesses and families. However, one thing I can assure you is that President Trump stood by the small businesses. For 4 years, President Trump has stood with our business, our families, our communities. And by re-electing him, we will have a champion in the White House for another 4 years. So now, I will step aside and submit to my husband.
Well, I'll say welcome to Atlanta, because I'm from the A. Thank y'all. Well, my wife and I, we own a construction firm here. In fact, our headquarters is right across 285 on Powers Ferry from here. So we're right here at home in Cobb County. We have a number of ongoing projects across the state of Georgia, and I think we are prime examples of the backbone of America. Small business is the backbone of America. And there's a lot of Black folks that have small business. In the years leading up to 2020, we experienced really positive growth. Our operations tempo was high. We won awards here or there for the fastest growing business here. And then 2020 hit. And it changed things because, like I said, we started from a company of one. It was just me. And over the years, we were able to get more employees and benefits and healthcare plans and 401k matching, and we had to do all that to compete because the economy was just that strong, coming into this year. So we had to do things to raise the bar and take care of our employees and to compete in a very competitive marketplace. These are all good things. The marketplace was competitive because our president, Donald J. Trump, he broke a lot of barriers, particularly with the bureaucracy, with permitting, with regulations. I can get into the details of construction. Y'all don't want to hear that, but there's a lot of paperwork in construction that Donald Trump helped clear up and clean up. And he passed the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. I think y'all remember that. I know some people were saying that the average worker didn't benefit from it. Well, that's a lie. I can tell you right now, because my employees, our employees, each one of them saw increases in their take-home pay. So it benefited. I know that for a fact. So don't believe the lies that's out there. We know that this year has come with a myriad of challenges. In fact, like it's late March, early April, I was a little nervous too. I mean, I don't get scared much, but I got a little scared for about 2 days, right? For about 2 days. It don't last long. But by the grace of God and some very encouraging words from my wife, we decided to tackle this challenge head on, this pandemic head on. Because even though our governor did not shut down construction, the entire economy slowed down. So collaterally, it affected construction. And our project slowed down. And frankly, I wasn't real sure what to do for a minute. But we decided to tighten our belts. And then the CARES Act hit. And the PPP, the PPP was a blessing to us. And we didn't lose a single employee. No benefits were cut. It gave us a little time to kind of get on our feet, and our public sector clients were able to kind of get projects going again, and we're back in the groove. It hasn't come back all the way yet, but it's getting there. Like I said, our employees are still paid the same amount, and no benefit has been cut. And I'm a former military guy. I'm an Air Force veteran. And oh yeah. I love our military. And I wanted to make a couple comments about our military, because our president is so focused on supporting our military, and we've seen the benefits of that. His bold leadership and the administration has placed our military and our veterans on top of America's priority list, because for several years we had a lot of degradation in our military, and it wasn't a priority in the previous administration. And that's unfortunate, because most conservatives believe in a strong military and strong defense. And I wanted to mention a couple things to be proud of. A black accomplishment is okay. It's okay to cheer black accomplishment. This year, we got our very first black chief of staff, and 4-star General Charles Q. Brown was nominated and appointed. And I'm an Air Force Academy graduate, and our school has their first ever black superintendent, Richard Clark, Lieutenant General Richard Clark. So as I close, I wanted to say one thing to our community. Aren't you tired of being manipulated? Aren't you tired of being lied to? So I want you to do one thing. I want you to think about the strength of who we are, the strength of the black community. We've come through a lot, and we can go through a lot. And right now, we're not fighting against Donald Trump. Donald Trump is on our side. We're fighting against evil. We're fighting against factions. We're fighting against factions that want to break up our family. They want to take the male out of the home. Those are the elements that strengthen the black community. If you want to strengthen the black community, let's keep our fathers head of the household. That strengthens our community. And I just needed to get that off my chest, because the people in here understand that, and Donald J. Trump understands that, and we're going to vote the man who understands that into office for 4 more years.
everything he stands for, I believe in. I stand with him. I fight with him. I ride with him.
How do you feel about President Trump?
I'm very honored and grateful that he was, signed the First Step Act. So I have nothing but respect and thankfulness for that.
I can do everything. I want to thank President Donald John Trump.
I love President Trump because to him, every life matters. Lives of African Americans, lives of all races. He's about unity and togetherness, and that's one of the main reasons why I voted for this president.
We are reminded of our nation's path towards civil rights and the work that still remains to be done.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome a distinguished group of our congressional candidates. Angela Stanton King from Georgia. Burgess Owens from Utah. Kim Klacik from Maryland. Rhonda Kennedy from California. Joe Collins from California. Charlotte Bergman from Tennessee. Laverne Spicer from Florida. And Casper Stockham from Colorado.
You know, I read a scripture in the Bible one time. That scripture said, the first shall be last, and the last shall be first. I'm gonna give y'all time to catch up on that one. But my name is Angela Stanton King. I'm an Atlanta native, and I'm running for Congress. And to represent Georgia's 5th District. And people ask me all the time, they say, why are you running for Congress? And I say, well, for me, it's not about politics. It's personal. At the age of 5 years old, I was sexually assaulted. By the time I was 14 years old, I was pregnant and gave birth to my first child. And by the time I was 27 years old, I found myself in this state, in Georgia, chained to a bed at Pulaski State Prison, giving birth to my daughter for a nonviolent crime. Fast forward to today. I've gone from prison all the way to the palace. Not only did I overcome this system, not only did I survive this system, but I turned around and I came back and I fought this system to get the First Step Act passed, which was signed by President Donald J. Trump, December 18, 2018. If that wasn't enough for you, the 11,000 people that we have brought home thus far, our president, my president, also made it illegal because of my story to chain women to the bed during childbirth while incarcerated. On February 18th of this year, the day before my birthday, President Donald J. Trump gave me a full, unconditional pardon. This is the president of a second chance. This is the president of opportunity. And that same chance and opportunity that he gave to me, Atlanta, Georgia, I'm bringing it to you. With this president in the White House for another 4 years, and with me sitting in John Lewis's seat, guess what I'm bringing with me? Not only are we bringing criminal justice reform, because please believe I am the epitome of criminal justice reform. We will also be bringing school choice And because of my own story, I will personally be fighting to protect our children, to protect our unborn, for school choice, for economic opportunity, and last but not least, to protect our religious freedom.
Wow, that was powerful. What an honor to stand before so many of my warrior friends. I'm kind of getting a chance to know for the first time really meeting. Thank you guys for the mission, for your passion, for your courage. I'm going to share a little vision with you that I've been thinking about over the last few years, and I begin to see it beginning to happen here. There's no race in this country who understands more the power of life lived in pursuit of happiness than the black community. We are a race that once we were freed, experienced for the first time the ability to have a family, to have a job, to have a future, to have hope, to dream past the obstacles of somebody else's limitations. And we went at it big time. Here's a little history you guys don't know about, because we were a race that committed to education, to faith, to business ownership, and to our family like no others did. We were a race that 40s, 50s, and 60s led our country in the growth of the middle class. Men matriculated from college. Men committed to marriage over 70%. And percentage of entrepreneurs over 40%, which allowed 50 to 60% of black Americans in the 60s when I was raised to live the American dream. What I love about what happened in 2016 is that injected into the black community was something called hope. We finally started to see that we were not what the Democrats thought we were, was continue to tell us we would be. We're people that are pioneers from the very beginning, people of vision from the very beginning, and all we needed was hope. And my vision very simply is this, because God has a perfect plan. There's a reason why we have such great ancestors that fought so hard to give us the opportunities we have today. And because they have, we will be the race that pulls our community back from the abyss of socialism. And our race will be the one that pulls our country back from the abyss of socialism. Democrats have been addicted to us for decades. It's time for us to have them break the habit. I've had a chance to meet a few friends here, and I will just say this, guys. What have we done in the past, and what are we doing now? We learned to dream big. I had a chance to talk to Joy just a little bit ago, and she was talking about this business she's about to build as she moves to a different part of the country. Talked to Kim a little bit ago, and she asked her what got her to moving toward this direction. She said, our kids have no hope. That's going to change. Our greatest legacy is giving our children the opportunity to dream big, to hope across, regardless of the obstacle, and to know this is a country truly of second chances, of dreaming as big as we might want to, and we move forward with that. I'm so thankful for President who's showing us what it looks like, and for opportunity for those of us to know what it is to replicate a American loving leader. And we're going to get that done. Listen, guys, I'm proud of you. You're the pioneers. You're the ones that are going to be leading our nation, our race, from the abyss of darkness. Thank you for your courage. Thank you for your boldness. Thank you for having the courage to stand up for a president who's standing up for all Americans. You guys are getting it done. I'm just proud to be part of it. Thank you so much for this opportunity, okay? All the best.
Hello, my name is Kim Klasick. I speak soft, but I carry a big stick. When I decided to run for office, I was asked, what makes you qualified? And then I turned around and I asked that reporter, what makes me unqualified? I get talked about a lot. I read the comments on social media. I get it. I dropped out of college. But you know what? I work hard. I had no idea walking down the streets in Baltimore would be a viral campaign ad. I had no idea that just caring about the black community would make me a target by the black community on the left. But it's okay, because I know with President Trump, I can bring so much to Baltimore City. He talks about opportunity zones, we need that. He talks about school choice, we need that too. We have 13 schools out of 39 where kids graduate not proficient in math. For the past 8 years, I've been working with my nonprofit, Workforce Development. We've helped over 200 women become gainfully employed. 30% went on to be financially independent. The only way you lift anyone out of poverty is with employment. And I understand that, and I know everybody else does too. But we have to make sure other people understand that, and I hope that people will vote based on their best interest this time around. As we saw during the coronavirus lockdown, we had to rely on other countries for PPE. We're supposed to be the best country in the world. All of our manufacturing jobs went overseas thanks to NAFTA and Bill Clinton. But I know President Trump will work to bring that biotech industry right back to America. After I'm elected, that's right. After I'm elected, I hope to work with President Trump to bring that billion-dollar medical equipment industry right back through Baltimore City's port. We'll have apprenticeship programs, career and job training, and I will make sure no one is displaced in the city of Baltimore. We have a big job to do, and I know everybody on this stage can do it, and I thank everyone for your support. It means a lot to me. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Dr. Ben Carson.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that very warm welcome. You know, the very first time I met Donald Trump was at Mar-a-Lago in 2013. Neither one of us was in politics at that time. And he was so nice. He was so gracious. He was looking after me and my family, making sure that we were getting everything we needed. And Rod Stewart walked in and they said, "Mr. Trump, Rod Stewart's here." He said, "I don't care, Ben Carson's here." But, and our relationship developed during the campaign. So, you know, when I dropped out, I had to decide who I was going to support. And during the campaign, I came to realize that he and I represented the same things. We felt very much the same policy-wise. We're a little different personality-wise. But I wanted to talk to him and see how he felt about the issue that was really the only thing that would have encouraged me to go into government, and that was, what are we going to do about the poor and the disadvantaged people in our society? And I was really taken aback by how much we agreed about what should be done to get rid of the paternalistic attitudes, pat people on the head and say, there, you poor little thing, I'm going to take care of you. And instead partnering with people to allow them to get out of desperate situations. That's exactly what's happened over the course of this time. And, you know, certainly that's what happened in my case, you know, growing up in desperate poverty with all kinds of crime around me. But, you know, I had something that a lot of people don't have, and it is a God-fearing mother who was wise and who wouldn't allow us to be victims and made me read books. I didn't want to read books. I wanted to watch TV, but she made me read books. And as I read about doctors and scientists and historians and entrepreneurs, I began to realize that the person who has the most to do with what happens to you in life is you. It's not somebody else. And somebody else cannot stop you. And there was plenty of prejudice in those days. They talk about racism now. Racism now, that is a joke. Compared to what I grew up with, that is a joke. And guess what? Everything won't be racism after the election. That's kind of interesting, isn't it? But, I realized that I could do anything I wanted in this country. It was up to me. I just had to study. I had to work hard. I had to have goals. I didn't expect anybody to give me anything. And also, as I talked to the president, wasn't the president then, I realized that he also grasped a very important principle, and that is a rising tide lifts all boats. And that's why he doesn't engage in a lot of identity politics. He tries to do things that raises the tide for everybody. And what has that done in the African American community? Poverty rate down, wages up, more people working, unemployment at the lowest levels by the end of Q4 2019, home ownership going up. It's at its highest rate since 2008 right now. The wealth gap decreasing, on and on it goes. You see, what we need to do is look at what he does. It's much more important than what anybody says, or what they say he says, or what they say he means when he says. And also, we must grasp our history. The history in the African American community is something to be proud of. The way that our faith and our family got us through slavery, and it got us through the periods after slavery and incredible segregation and racism. And those entities that are attacking the nuclear family and attacking our faith are not our enemies, no matter who they hide behind, no matter what celebrity or sports star they stand behind. They are not the friends of this community. And we need to make sure that we know that. And we're at when it comes to people trying to destroy history, something that we all need to understand. Your history is what gives you your identity. Your identity is what gives you your beliefs. And if you allow that to be destroyed, you become easy prey for anybody who comes along. And that's exactly what's happening right now. So, and be wary of those people who accuse you and accuse us of exactly what they're doing. That's how you can tell what they're doing. Whatever they accuse you of, that's what they're doing. And this election is not about Democrats and Republicans. This is about people who believe in our system and people who want to fundamentally change us into something else. Killing, destroying, intimidating people, those are not godly principles. And we should never invite people into our community, no matter what has happened, who throw bombs and loot and destroy people's livelihood. And we see people welcoming them. Those people ought to be shunned. Kick them out of your neighborhood. Don't let them destroy everything and then go back to their lives of luxury. What a bunch of crap, And instead, we need to be concentrating on educating people and on building our communities. And that's what President Trump is doing, building our communities. All you have to do is look. All you have to do is open your eyes and see what is happening. The best things that have happened in a very long time in this country. Actions speak louder than words. And partnering with somebody who also believes in God and believes in godly principles. He believes in the principles of loving your neighbor, of caring about the poor, of living values and principles. God bless this country and God bless our president. Thank you.
gentlemen, please welcome former Speaker of the Oklahoma House of Representatives, T.W. Shannon.
Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here with so many Georgians and people who are free-minded and know that liberty still reigns in this country today. You know, today kind of reminded me of being in my home church, my African-American church in Lawton. You know, we've got people here who are God-fearing. We even got Dr. Alveda King, who's liable to break out in song in any minute. We know she will. But the reason it reminds me of church is because about this time in my African-American church that I grew up in, we'd always have politicians start streaming. Anybody know what I'm talking about? They start coming in promising you the world and promising if you just keep doing what you've always done, things are going to get better. Well, Donald J. Trump is different. He is making a difference in the lives of African Americans each and every day, and he's doing it with policies that encourage growth, wealth, and investment, because that's what this country needs and that's what our community needs. You know, when I think about the opportunities that exist for the people of America, it is important to me that we remember that they were founded on godly principles, and I appreciate the fact that this is the most significant election in our history. And when we think about the opportunities that are going to exist for our kids and grandkids, it's not going to be because of a big government socialist program that's being pushed by Biden and Harris. It's going to be because of a president who stands for liberty and justice for all. So my message, I know we're short on time and you've heard a lot of speeches. Every one of you today, if you're African American and you are a Republican, you know what it means to be injured. You know what it means to stand up for what you believe. You know what it means to have an aunt or a special cousin who thinks less of you because of who you're voting for. But I want to tell you, don't give up, because each one of you stands in the shoes of Harriet Tubman today. And Miss Tubman said it best. She said that I could have freed 1,000 more if they only knew they were slaves. And today, and I have one word, and that is to our president. Mr. President, it is an honor for all of us to be here and to welcome you to Georgia and to say that you have been a friend, not just to America, but you have been a true friend to Black America. And we look forward to hearing about your platinum plan for how we move this country forward and how we move African American forward. Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage the Father's House Senior Pastor, Garland R. Martin, Esquire, the Embassy Lead Pastor, Apostle T. Dwayne Martin, and Fellowship of International Churches founder, Bishop Wellington Boone.
Oh, it's all a pleasure to be with you, and this is a great time, I believe, that, in America, because I believe this is time for revival to come. I absolutely do. So as a senior pastor, as a bishop, and as an attorney, I have certain core values that I personally have as it relates to this time that we're in. And I realize that I have to make my decisions based on those values. One of those values is very, very important, being a member, literally, of the city here for born and raised. I recognize that I have to look at the life of those that are unborn, those in the womb. How are we going to protect those in the womb? And I realize even with Black babies in the womb, they've been unprotected. And as a result of that, they've been a direct result of genocide, of eugenics as a result. And so if I have to determine who is going to protect babies in the womb, I have to support and I have to endorse President Donald J. Trump. Also, as an advocate of religious liberty, I care about religious liberty and religious freedom. And I believe that the next civil rights movement actually is going to be a fight for religious freedom. I believe that the only way that we're going to be able to stand, we have to be religious freedom fighters ourselves. But if I want to protect our First Amendment rights of religious freedom, I have to support and endorse President Donald J. Trump. I also served as the president of Prison Fellowship under Carson. I also was the chairman of Georgia State Board of Pardons and Paroles. I was a commissioner for juvenile justice. I care about criminal justice and prison reform. I've seen the eyes of those that are in prison that are there many times too long, and they're not there for rehabilitation. So if I want to see more executive and bipartisan legislative laws, such as the First Step Act, I have to support and endorse Donald J. Trump as President of the United States. I personally attended Howard University undergraduate school and law school. I love the existence of historically black colleges and universities. And I want more opportunities for young people to be able to be world changers. So in order to have billions of dollars that can come and help those HBCUs, I have to support and endorse the re-election of Donald J. Trump. And lastly, if I want to continue to see a drop in unemployment and a rate of black Americans and to see economic empowerment of the black community, I have to support and endorse President Donald J. Trump as President of the United States. Lastly, if I want to see true change in our nation, hope for our nation, revival in our nation, among black and whites together, I have to support and endorse Donald J. Trump.
Well, I'm a preacher, so no, I'm not going to preach, but if we was in a good church, I'd say, can I get somebody to give the Lord a good praise right now? And one of the things about that moment is we can do that here without being criticized, without being looked at wrong. We can say, let's give God some praise. Well, I am here. I'm from Youngstown, Ohio. I'm from a town that I grew up. I'm a son of a preacher. My mother was an accountant for the local university. I was fortunate enough to go to university because she worked for the university. And so my education was free, thank the Lord. And I wasn't that, I was very fortunate to be able to have good grades, thank the Lord. And so I am a child who grew up in the steel mill era and jobs left like crazy. And I've watched the city in declination. I've been fortunate enough to be all around the world and to do many things. I've met many politicians, I've met many leaders. I've never met nobody like this guy. I think for number one, it's because he's not a politician. What I've learned over the past 3 to 4 years is bureaucracy isn't as strong as we thought it was. You can get things done in a short period of time. You can make a difference. You can keep your word. And he gets attacked quite a bit, and I get it, I understand. Following behind the things he's followed behind and just done, he says what he feels. We mistake that for racism, but I met him, Bruce, we were together, and I said, let me test this racism. I know I'm black. No, and I say that for a reason. I understand being pulled over by police because my car is nice. I understand some of these woes. I am not a compromising black man. I will never compromise my blackness. I'm proud to be a black man. And I will fight for black people as long as I can. Here's the deal. When I met him, he touched me with strong you know, I'm Donald J. Trump. He wasn't timid. Then I stood by his daughter, Ivanka, and it was time to pray. And I say, let me test it again. We were holding hands. She reached out for my hand and she said, let's pray. She was pregnant, I'll never forget it. And she held my hand. I say, a racist man's child would never. So I got several reasons why I'm going to support him. And I'm ready to take whatever heat because it can't be hot enough because the furnace is in my favor. I believe in righteousness and justice. I don't believe for fighting for justice alone, there must be righteousness. And I don't believe in fighting for righteousness alone, there must be justice. I believe in the economic ability of this man to accomplish economics for all people, but black people as well. He's proven it. I believe that his record is proven, and if we compare it to 47 years of nothingness, I shouldn't say nothingness, I should say destruction. And if I have to prove a history, I have 3 years of a history that says you got opportunity zones, you have education opportunities, you have prison reform. I believe in police being reformed and not eliminated. I am somebody who believes this is our time, and we must take advantage of this moment. So why am I voting for him? Why am I endorsing him? Because I believe that he is going to keep his word. God bless you.
Glory to God. Glory to God. I'm Bishop Wellington Boone, and I fully support and expect Donald J. Trump to be the next president of the United States. Yes. I know a little bit about his background, and his forefathers, from the Hebrides Islands. One of the greatest revivals we know in history came from the Hebrides Islands. And so what they're noted for is Calvinism. And Calvinism says that there is a manifest destiny over your life. And this man and his forefathers have said that he's a product of manifest destiny. That God determined before the foundation of the world that he would become the president of the United States. Now I can clearly say this to you because this is important to understand that by the fact that he has, by his fruits, which you have all evidenced by the things you are saying, you'll know them by their fruits. The priorities of Scripture he has made here as the President of the United States. Remember, it says that promotion comes not from the east nor the west, but the south. God lifts one up and takes another down. God made this man president. And then, by the fact that he's targeted the inner cities, and all of your evidence that he's doing a great job in reaching the inner cities, it shows the favor of God is on the black community. The Bible says not many wise are called, not many noble are called, but I've called the base things of the world to confound the wise. You are a prophetic sign that revival is coming to black America, and God is using this man to do it. So we're joining with him because a revival is coming. And let every man be a liar, but let the word of God be true. As we re-elect this man to be president, it is a visible manifestation that the revival is already here. Come on, let's re-elect. Continue to do a great job, Mr. President. It's your day. God bless you. See you next time.
The good book says, a nation divided cannot stand. Yet, career politicians relentlessly divide this nation.
The extreme left has been wasting America's time with vile hoaxes and delusional witch hunts.
Allowing lawlessness, refusing to condemn violence against our fellow citizens.
The Democrat Party has joined forces with flag burners, anarchists.
Career politicians using their positions to aid our enemies at the expense of our allies.
For years you had a president who apologized for America. Now you have a president who is standing up for America. Instead of endless war, we are forging peace in the Middle East.
President Trump supports our allies and takes decisive action against those that harm America.
African American poverty has declined to the lowest rate ever recorded.
President Trump engineered the highest ever employment for the black community while generating the most robust and inclusive economic growth in history.
Biden stated that if elected, charter schools are gone. Access to education is a civil right.
A nation divided cannot stand.
I have done more in 3 years for the black community than Joe Biden has done in 47 years.
If you have a problem figuring out whether you're for me or Trump, then you ain't black.
To say I'm not black if I don't vote a certain way, come on, man. We don't have to be told how to vote. We can see who's real.
Instead of letting Washington change us, we are changing Washington.
My president, your president, our president, Donald Trump.
Hey, oh, God is good. Now, don't get me wrong, this matches the suit. You know, I was born about 2.5 hours from here, knowing that I was colored. I went to college about an hour and a half from here, knowing that I was black. I have a home here in Atlanta, knowing that I'm African American. But time has changed, and now I'm proud to be an American. I played football in the 80s in New York City, and I met a young man that I thought was very brass, but I learned that he loved his family, he loved this country, and he loved people. So I remember telling a reporter from the New York Times that this guy could be president of the United States in 1985 because he loved America. But I guarantee you can't find that in the archives today. But I've always known that he's different because he became the 45th president of the United States of America. And I also get upset because he don't get the credit he deserves for all the things that he's done in the African American community, like the historical black colleges that helped to build great black leaders in the world today. And also the prison reform that benefit most of the African American. So I get upset about that. But you know, his administration and himself worked extremely hard to do many things for America, not just African Americans. And you know, I said once, when you give a man a job, you give him self-worth. And do you know this president, in 3.5 years, put 1 million African Americans to work. In 8 years, the Obama-Biden put 140,000 people to work. You know, I've always said I would stand shoulder to shoulder with this man because he keeps God in the house. And all
us Americans have received so many touchdown passes from this man that I want to say it is time for us to recognize our quarterback. So it's my honor and pleasure to introduce my friend, the President of the United States of America, the 45th President, Donald J. Trump.
Thank you very much, and thank you to Herschel. I don't know about Herschel. Thank you. I don't know about Herschel. I'd watch him in college. I'd watch him carry that ball, but you know, I think he'd do just as well as a senator or a governor. We're going to have to start talking to him about that. He's a fantastic person, great man. I'm honored to be back in the heart of Georgia with the truly incredible organization, Black Voices for Trump, and we appreciate it. In 39 days, we're going to win 4 more years in the White House. And we will do it with a record number of votes from the Black community. We have no doubt. That's all happening. That's all happening. We're getting a lot of, see the people back there, they're saying, what's going on over here? They're not happy about it, but that's okay. Our movement is welcoming millions of Black Americans back to the Republican Party, the party of Frederick Douglass and Abraham Lincoln. When I ran for president 4 years ago, I looked at the dismal and shameful record of the Democrat Party and asked Black Americans, what the hell do you have to lose, right? And they all said, you shouldn't use the word hell, but I said, it's just more descriptive. Doesn't work as well without it. Today I want to share what you have to gain from voting Republican on November 3rd. Will be the biggest election of our lives. For decades, Democrat politicians like Joe Biden have taken Black voters for granted. They made you big promises before every election, and then the moment they got to Washington, they abandoned you and they sold you out. The Democrat Party used you and they lied to you every single time. You know it better than anybody else knows it. The Democrats will always take back the vote. What they want to do is they'll take that vote back. They want to take the Black voter for granted, and they have taken the Black voter for granted. And it's not fair, it's not right, and it's not going to happen because we're going to have such a victory like you've never had before. In 2016, thank you. Thank you. In 2016, I made you a solemn pledge that whether you voted for me or not, I would be your greatest champion. Since that time, I've delivered even more than I promised. It's one of those things. Few politicians do that, but I believe we have. Before the China virus, we built the greatest economy for African Americans in the history of our country, and we are doing it again. In the first 3 years, we achieved the lowest Black unemployment rate in history. The Black youth unemployment rate reached an all-time low. We achieved the largest job gains for African Americans on record. Black Americans saw the largest increase in home ownership. The poverty rate for African Americans reached the lowest level ever recorded. And last year, 811,000 African Americans were lifted out of poverty, the most in over 51 years. In my first 3 years, we lifted 6.6 million people out of poverty, the largest poverty reduction of any president in the history of our country. I did more for the black community in 47 months. I saw they used that line, so I don't want to ruin it by saying it a second time. It was in the video, but I will say it again. Than Joe Biden did in 47 years. And I'm here today to announce a brand new plan to deliver more opportunity, more security, more fairness, and more prosperity to black communities. We call it the Platinum Plan. Platinum Plan. And that's a contract with black Americans, and it's going to be something that people talk about for a long time to come. If you vote Republican over the next 4 years, we will create 3 million new jobs for the black community. Open 500,000 new black-owned businesses. Increase access to capital in black communities by $500 billion. And this includes investing in community development, financial institutions, and minority depository institutions. Build up peaceful and safer urban neighborhoods with the highest standards of, and you know this, of policing. We want the highest standards. We have to have highest standards of policing. Bring even greater fairness to the justice system. We did criminal justice reform. We remember that. Even greater, we will create a national clemency project to right wrongful prosecutions and to pardon individuals who have reformed their life. You saw Alice, right? We love Alice. She had another 24 years to go. Can you believe it? She served 22 years. She had another 24 years to go. It was ridiculous. And she is a great woman. Create a ladder of opportunity for African American children by delivering school choice to every parent in America. So important. Give black churches the ability to compete for federal resources for their communities. Bring better and tailored health care to address the historic disparities that we've had for so many years. You know that. This includes investing in treatments for kidney disease, diabetes, high blood pressure, sickle cell disease, and maternal mortality. Advance home ownership and wealth building in the black community. Bring more manufacturing back to the USA, which we're doing anyway, and back to the inner cities, which have been largely forgotten, although not so much in the last 3 years when you get right down to it. Thank you. And Democrat policies that import low-wage foreign workers from overseas to replace black workers in our inner cities. Joe Biden cares more about the citizens of foreign countries than he does about black Americans living in our own country. I will always put Americans first, and that includes, very, very importantly, black Americans. And there's much more in our plan, which we're releasing today, so we'll get everyone a copy, and it's actually been very well received, and we appreciate that. The Platinum Plan is a bold vision that we can and really will achieve over the next 4 years, and we'll be able to do it, if not sooner. Unlike my opponent, I'm not a career politician, thank goodness. I get results, and I keep my promise, and you've seen that. You've seen that. Together, we will not only build up America's black communities, we'll help with your vote, with the Platinum Plan, we'll lift up all forgotten communities, and we'll strengthen our entire nation. And we are going to have an incredible 4 years, but more importantly, we're going to have an incredible 40 years. We're going to have many, many great years because we're setting a foundation for the future. So when I'm not here, you're going to be here forever, especially look at these young people over here. You're going to really be there for a long time, but we want this for long term. This year, the Republican Party has 26 black Republicans running for Congress. Where are they? Are they here? Are they here? A lot of them are here, right? Whoa. That's a good-looking group of people. And you're doing well. Just about in every instance. Well, we're going to help you to do even better. We'll be helping you. You watch. And we're thrilled to be joined today by 8 of them. Raise your hand. Which are the 8? Oh, that's so great. Yeah. They have what it takes. That's great. That's fantastic. Great job. One of them I've endorsed very strongly. I saw an ad that I liked. I thought it was great. Raise your hand, please. What a great. They've been now endorsed, I will tell you. And congratulations, by the way. It's going to be a fantastic night, November 3rd. Now, I don't know, with this ballot situation, it's you're not going to see it. November 3rd, the Democrats are playing games. You see that? They found ballots in a waste paper basket. They found ballots dumped in a stream. Take a look at Iowa, the primaries. You remember the primary? They went to Iowa. We love Iowa, but they tried this ballot concept, and they still don't know who won. That was a long time ago. That was in their primary, the first primary. And it's a very terrible thing that's happening, very, very terrible thing. But you're going to be raising the hand, if not November 3rd, hopefully shortly thereafter. Now, I know you're going to be raising your hand. With me, we may end up in a dispute for a long time because that's the way they want it. But we're going to end up winning, that's for sure. Okay? We're going to end up winning. When I give my State of the Union address next year, I look forward to welcoming a historic number of black Republican members of Congress, and we're going to take back the House. We're going to take back the House. We've already won some seats back. They don't like to talk about that. The fake news. You'll find out about the fake news. Have you figured out the fake news yet? You're young and handsome and beautiful. Have you figured out the fake news yet? You'll learn. You'll learn. You'll learn to live with it. You'll learn to do what you have to do. But we are going to take back the House. I think we're only 17 short now. We picked up a couple. We just won a big one in Los Angeles. We haven't won in 22 years. California. Won a big one in Wisconsin. It was a great one. We won some really good ones. So we're inching up, and you watch what's going to happen. It's going to be a very big night for the House. It's going to be a really retired Pelosi. That's not a bad idea. That's going to be great. Congratulations, all. That's already a great achievement. It really is. It's already. But together we'll fulfill our contract with Black America, and we'll pass the Platinum Plan into law, and we'll do it quickly and easily. We're also joined by a great friend of mine, Dr. Ben Carson. Where's Ben? Ben, I love Ben. Special man. He's doing a great job, too. He's been my friend from the beginning. Can I tell the one story, Ben? He came up to me he was campaigning. He was the toughest one. I mean, to tell you what, we had some really tough ones. A lot of them like to try and say they were tough, but they weren't, like Kasich. He only had one thing. He wouldn't leave the race. He'd get -1. He's going on to the next one. This guy did great. He was incredible. And he came up to me during the race, and he was doing well. He said, "You know that you're going to win, don't you?" I said, "Excuse me?" He said, "You know you're going to win." He was doing great. And he was really like in second and third and fourth and back to second. I mean, he was right up there. He was great. I said, we got to get this guy out of here. But he came up to me, he did, and he said, "You're going to win." And I'll let him tell you the rest of the story if he'd like to do it sometime. But he gave a very specific reason, and I will never forget what he said. But he said, "You know you're going to win, don't you?" And I just thought it was really nice, and you know what I'm talking about, Ben. So Ben Carson, what a job he's done, too. Respected by everybody. Thank you, Ben. And a man who ran in the primary, who I got a call from another great man, David Perdue. He said, "Could you do us a favor? There's a guy named Brian Kemp, and he's running in a tough primary. He's got a tough opponent. And do you think you could maybe endorse him. I love David Perdue. I said, who is he? I don't know him, okay? And he said, well, he's been for you. I said, well, I've heard that before. I better be careful. And we did a little, where's Brian? Where's Brian? Right over here, Brian. So we did a little research. And he was for me all the way. And I said, that's good. You know, the worst thing is when you're endorsing people that say bad things, right? He only said good. And I got to know him, and I got to know his wife, Marty, and I said, absolutely, and we endorsed him, and he won that primary so easily. He won so easily. And they're still trying to figure out what happened in the race. I've been watching, you know what, it wasn't that close. He won by like a lot, actually. You know, he didn't win by 15 votes. He won by a lot. How many votes was that? That was a lot. Well, we won't go on a landslide, but it wasn't very close, you know. How many votes was that, Brian? It was a lot. 51. To me, you know what that is? It's Yankee Stadium for a World Series. Oh, you know, people would say, oh, that was tight. I don't think, like I heard I won Michigan by 12,000. I said, that's an almost full Madison Square Garden, you know? Not quite full, but that's Yankee Stadium for the World Series. I think that's a lot. We look at it differently. But I do want to introduce also David Perdue, who is, he is really an incredible guy, and he loves everybody in this room. Where's David? David, please stand up. Is that right? Did you make that call? Well, you made that call. He made that call, and that was a good call, because your governor's doing a great job, and David's doing a great job, and I hope you can support David and Brian and all of them. They're incredible people. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, David, for everything. Thanks also to Oklahoma's first black Speaker of the House, T.W. Shannon. Where's T.W.? Oh, I like that. I want to do that. Thank you, T.W. Great reputation. Thank you very much. And a friend of mine who, my children, you know, they'll always be children. They may be a little older than children, but they're always my children. They love her, Lynn Patton. Lynn, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Lynn. Thank you. And if you're a UFC fan, anybody like UFC? It's, I'll tell you what, that's right, Usman. He goes, Usman. He's, I know who he is. He's tough, that's who he is. Kamaru Usman, where is our champ? Come on, champ, get up. Man, oh man, oh man. What a fighter you are. I don't want to mess with him. I may weigh a couple of pounds more. Do you think I could take you to fight, champ? I don't think so. He goes, no. I think you're right, champ. But I watched a fight you had a couple of months ago. Unbelievable, and talent. But right up here, too, you know? It's a combination. The muscles are important, but you got to have the other. You got to have the... You know, he actually looks very good in the suit, but he's one of the few people who look better without a suit. There aren't too many of us. Hey, there aren't too many of us that can say that, right? Right, men? The men in this audience, huh? But I just want to thank you, champ, and good luck. I'll be watching. You have a big fight coming up, and I'll be watching, and it's a great group of people, great group of champions. Thank you very much. Thank you. Another great fighter, Ali Abdelaziz, who is tough. Where is he? There he is. Oh, you're tough. You're so tough, the two of you guys. I'd like to see you both fight, but there's a little weight difference, I guess, right? You probably think you could take him, right? But what is the difference in weight? What is it? 20? 10? I know. What is it, though? And how, were you a fighter at one time? And how good, you pretty good? Not good as him? Nobody else is either, so, you know, that's easy. Yeah, you were a good fighter. Also, Atlanta's top hip-hop producer, Polo, do you know, where is he? The Don. You know, Don King used to call me the Don, right? He still does, actually. But you didn't get it from Don King, I know that, right? Nice to see you. Great to have you. Great to have you. Thank you very much. Do we have another UFC fighter here? Because I had heard yes, because I know we had somebody else go. I just don't want to skip it in case we do. I have a lot of respect for them. Anybody gets in a ring and does that and comes out winning, to me, I have a lot of respect. And when you become the champ, I want to tell you, that's a hell of a thing. That's what you live for, the belt, right? The money or the belt? You know what? If you get the belt, the money comes, right? So, great going, champ. Fantastic. Over the last 50 years, black Americans have mostly voted Democrat, but every day more black Americans are deciding that the old way is not working. 5 decades of evidence prove that Democrat politicians do not care about the black community. They only care about power for themselves, whatever that means. My opponent is offering black Americans nothing but the same old, tired, empty slogans. By the way, he's staying in again today. The guy. Hey, champ, if I lose to a guy that's like you losing to a fighter that, hasn't worked out in the last 6 months. This guy never goes out. It's terrible, huh? Oh, you better make sure I win. I'm going to be very embarrassed. I lost to a guy that didn't campaign. You know why he's not campaigning? I guess it's an energy factor. So what the hell is going on? If I lose to a man that doesn't campaign, no, he's announced every day. He announced we're going to stay in today. I don't know. Hey, I can't tell you. But the Democrats are angry at him. They say you can't do that. I just left Florida, and from here I'm going to Washington, then I'm going to Virginia, then I'm going to someplace else and someplace else. By the way, I see Kelly and I see Collins back there. Will you please stand up? Okay, please. Please. Those are 2 champions. So, they had their names in there, but they took them out. You know why? Because they probably want to not mention them together. They're going to end up liking each other. You watch. And they're 2 great people. I'm not going to skip them over. They thought it would be diplomatic. That's not diplomatic. That's stupid, right? But I stand here to offer solutions. I want to congratulate you both, really fighting a good fight. I want to say that. Both of you, Doug, Kelly, really great. It's amazing. Well, I sort of like it. You know why? They're going to be in there fighting. Don't anybody get out. You're going to get, and everybody's going to come with them. And the only thing I know for sure, they're all going to vote for me, both of them. So, Brian, don't let them get out. Don't let anybody get out. Let them. That's going to be a fight. But everyone's going for both of them. Huh? Okay, it's going to be, hey, we don't have long to go either. We don't have long to go. November 3rd. I've spent the last 4 years reversing the horrible damage Joe Biden inflicted on the black community over 47 years. 47 years. He always says, I should have done this. I said, you've been there for 47 years, It's always great when they tell you what you should be doing and they haven't done it themselves. And it's not like it was 25 years ago that he left. He was there 3.5 years ago, right? So, it's one of those things. No one in Washington politics today has done more to hurt black Americans than Joe Biden. It's true. For half a century, Joe's personally advocated or enacted virtually every policy that has caused pain and suffering in the black community. You know that. Joe Biden shipped millions of your best jobs overseas, hollowed out the black middle class, and with open borders, trapped children in failing government schools, sent young men to fight in endless wars. They just never end. They're coming back home. You see that. They're coming back home. Many are already back. While our inner cities crumbled at home and made cities less safe and less secure, Joe Biden should not be demanding your support. He should be begging for your forgiveness. He really should be. My opponent drafted the 1994 disaster, the 1994 crime bill, which caused unfair sentencing disparities that devastated black families. And I mean, just devastated. I have heard more about the 1994, and when we did criminal justice reform, it was largely about erasing that terrible act. That was his deal. I rolled back the unfair provisions of the 1994 Biden crime bill, and I signed it into groundbreaking criminal justice reform, which people are so happy about. Even my enemies are saying thank you for that. Today, we're glad to be joined by the first person to be released under the First Step Act, who I was honored to have as my guest at the State of the Union, a really wonderful man, Matthew Charles. Where's Matthew? Where is Matthew? Where's Matthew? What a good man, what a smile. I looked at that smile from the podium downstairs. I was surrounded by all those killer politicians. And I looked at Matthew, who's the nicest looking guy in the house. Thank you, Matthew. You're doing well, Matthew, right? That's great, Matthew. You deserve what you got. You deserve it. Biden supported the twin disasters of NAFTA and China's entry into the World Trade Organization, which eliminated 1 in 4 manufacturing jobs held by black Americans. You know that. Joe Biden's globalist agenda closed down factories in Baltimore and sent them, just see what happened. All these factories, all these jobs, all these factories, sent them to Beijing. He shuttered the plants in Michigan, and he sent them to Mexico. I replaced NAFTA, one of the worst trade deals, one of the worst, stupidest deals I've ever seen in my life, with the new U.S.-Mexico-Canada agreement, creating hundreds of thousands of new jobs. That was one they said could not be done, David, right? They said it couldn't be done. David Perdue, they said that one couldn't be done, right, David? And we got it done in pretty quick time, too. To revitalize neglected communities, we created nearly 9,000 opportunity zones with Tim Scott, South Carolina. You know Tim Scott. Tim Scott is great. Senator Tim Scott from South Carolina came to my office, came to the Oval Office, and he had this idea, and I said, that sounds good. And we got it done, and people were surprised that we could even get it done, and it has turned out to be incredible. $75 billion of investment have poured into these neighborhoods, which will create an estimated 500,000 jobs and lift 1 million Americans out of poverty. When the China virus struck, we raced to ensure that black Americans had the medical care and the financial support that they needed. Through the Paycheck Protection Program, which was a big deal, we helped save over 200,000 black-owned small businesses. A lot of small businesses. It's incredible. The black community has tremendous talent in terms of those businesses and small businesses. We saved at least 200,000 of them. As we continue to battle the virus, my administration is sheltering those at highest risk while rapidly developing treatments, and the vaccine is coming very quickly. I see where a couple of the Democrats don't want to have the vaccine because they say, well, we don't want it because we think Trump is pushing it too fast. Well, that's the reason we're going to have it. This would have taken years to get. We're years ahead of schedule, and this would have been 2-3 years by Democrats. But now they're very concerned because they're afraid it's happening too fast, and that means we're going to get credit. I don't want credit. We want to save lives. That's what it's. We will crush the virus. Our opponents will crush the black middle class. That's what they've been doing, and they've been doing it for a long time, for too long. They will deliver a crippling shutdown and a very steep depression. If he gets elected, this guy, okay, you will have the greatest depression that this country has ever seen. And that includes a pretty big one in 1929. Hello, how are you? You great. I love her dress. That's great. Thank you for being here. I didn't know you were going to be here. Thank you very much. Nearly 1.3 million African Americans have gotten jobs in the last 4 months alone. And next year we will be, I think it'll be the greatest year, economically the greatest year in the history of our country. And that's good for everybody. That's good for everybody, right? Especially for these young geniuses, these young political geniuses that are coming along. But I think we're going to have the greatest year in the history of our country economically. And I think our third quarter, which happens to be It's going to be announced 2 days before, the numbers come out 2 days before the election, right at the beginning of November. And I'll say it now. These people, all those people up there, they'll hold me to it. They won't give me credit if I was right, but if I was wrong, it'll be headlines. We have breaking news. Trump said wrong. But I think we're going to have a tremendous third quarter. After years of rebuilding other countries, we're finally rebuilding our country. The path to the American dream has always been education. Republicans believe that school choice is the civil rights issue of our time. And Joe Biden isn't allowed to go there because of the radical left. He's controlled by the radical left totally. He's exhausted. But Biden's promised a ban on charter schools and to oppose school choice. Joe Biden is willing to spend billions and billions upon resettling refugees from all around the world, but he won't spend one penny providing school choice to black children in America, which is interesting. During their first year in office, President Obama and VP Biden cut funding for historically black colleges and universities. I've increased HBCU funding, and I made it permanent. Just a quick story. So what was happening is I'd be there the first year. I saw these probably 42 people came up, and they were the heads of individual colleges, historically black colleges, universities, and they were the heads. And I'd see them. I said, hello, how you doing? They were nice people. And we took a picture in the White House. We do that. A lot of presidents don't believe anyone should ever enter the Oval Office, but then with me, I say, come on in. But we took a picture. Then the next year they were there again, and I said, right, we know the story, my friend. We know the story. They were there, and I said, what are you doing back here? They said, we're here because we need money again. I said, what do you mean again? And I forgot about it. I said, all right, well, what is, and they got it. And then the third year, David, they came in again, right? And I said, what is this? What are you guys here for? I mean, you're great people, but why? Well, we don't have any funding. They don't have permanent funding. So they could be shut out if they had the wrong president. Honestly, you could have the wrong president and you wouldn't get 10 cents. They wouldn't give you anything. And I said, that's terrible. So you come up here do you like doing it? No. And the one gentleman looked at me and said, we feel like beggars. That was a hell of a statement. I said, I understand that. And I said, we can't let this happen. So we worked on it. David Perdue, all of us worked on it. Kelly worked on it. We all worked on it. And frankly, and I have to say, it had to go through the House. And where's Doug? Doug worked on it. Right, Doug? You remember that. That was a hard thing. It wasn't easy. There were people that didn't want to do it. And we got it passed. We got more money than they asked for. I said, you're going to need more. I'm in the real estate business. I said, you always need more. Whatever you think you need more. But we got more money than they asked for, and we got it for a period of 10 years, right? So I said, the only bad, we signed it together, about 42 people, we signed it together. I said, the only bad thing is that I like you people. I won't see you anymore. I won't see you for another 10 years. Let's see, will we be president in 10 years? Only if we add a couple of terms in. Now we have a story. There's your breaking news. I told you he's a dictator. We've been saying. He will not give up power. Under no circumstances will he give up power. He intends to serve at least 2 more terms. Oh, that's the big story. You can't joke, because if you joke, they take it away. A lot of times with a little sarcasm in your joke, but you're being serious, and then you start laughing afterwards. But they always cut it before the laugh. They cut it so that they think he's serious. He wants 12 more years. They start shouting now, 12 more years. Thank you. Earlier this year, Biden said that if you don't vote for him, then you ain't black. You know that. And this was very outrageous. This was offensive. In fact, He was very derisive of the black Americans when he very negatively compared them to another group of Americans who was very terrible, and he did it. Biden believes that all black Americans have to think the same way. That's what it was all about. Today's Democrat Party is run by, he doesn't know black Americans like I do. Today's Democrat Party is run by out-of-touch liberal hypocrites who stereotype you, disrespect you, and sell you out. They're only good for your 6-month period, 6 months before the election. And then they're very nice and they want your vote, and then they, as you say, I like that better than what I'm saying, they forget all about you. They're gone. They're gone. Biden wants to lecture the country about racial justice when he spent his career hurting black Americans, hurting Hispanic Americans, and forging alliances with pro-segregation Democrat senators. You know that. Racial justice begins with Joe Biden's retirement from public life. So today I'm urging black Americans to walk away from the corrupt, hateful, divisive, and very extreme, and they are going crazy, Democrat Party. On no issue has the Democrat Party more totally failed the black community than public safety. Democrats have run America's inner cities at every level of government for 100 years and even more. Last year, 19 of the top 20 most dangerous cities in America were run by Democrats. The murder rate is higher in Baltimore than in Afghanistan, El Salvador, or Honduras, right? It's higher. Instead of fighting for public safety for these communities, the Democrats are attacking our police and empowering far-left rioters, looters, and anarchists. You know, they are anarchists. The Democrat Party's war on cops has caused black-owned businesses to be burned and black homes and churches to be totally destroyed. Most tragically of all, so many innocent black lives have been cruelly taken from us. People are dying by the thousands in black-on-black crime, and I want it to stop. And people aren't talking about it. They're not talking about it. They're not talking about it. In Chicago, as an example, there are weekends when 60, 70 or more people are shot. This is shot, and many die. How can we allow this to go on? How can we allow this to happen? But they're all Democrat-run cities. Every year, thousands of African Americans are murdered as a result of violent crime, and again, in these Democrat-run monstrosities, the way they run them, it's worse. It's worse than Afghanistan. It's worse than, we're at war. We go to war zones, and we don't lose this many people in war zones. Democrats ignore these American victims, and I won't. And, you know, we have to be asked to come in. We have to be asked to come in. By law, they have to say, please come in. And wherever we've gone in, Minneapolis, we went in, we solved the problem. They should have called us 2 weeks earlier. They would have had a city left, okay? But Seattle, they knew we were coming in. I said, we're going in. We don't care. We're going in. The night before we went in, they left. That was the end of that. And others. I mean, look at Portland. I mean, how bad is Portland? How bad is Portland? And we could solve that one in about a half an hour. A bunch of young anarchists, they live with their parents. In a basement also, they live in a basement. And I'll always support the heroes of law enforcement. We have to, including over 50,000 incredible black police officers who risk their lives every day to keep us all safe. You know, they protect people that they've never met before, and it's very dangerous. They're amazing. Those pushing to defund the police are hurting black communities the most. And as I've always said, when there is police misconduct, the justice system must hold wrongdoers fully responsible and accountable, and they will do that. Politicians supporting mob violence are not allies of the black community. They're causing extraordinary damage, grief, hardship. In recent months, our nation has grieved for the tragic deaths of Breonna Taylor, George Floyd, and Ahmaud Arbery. Our hearts break for their families and for all families who have lost a loved one, especially if you look at this way, so senseless. But we can never allow mob rule. To have safety, to have prosperity, to have everything that you want to have, we must always ensure the rule of law. As you know, we have to. Many of those who are spreading violence in our cities are supporters of an organization called Black Lives Matter, or BLM. It's really hurting the black community. It's hurting the black community. This is an unusual name for an organization whose ideology and tactics are right now destroying many black lives, and whose first phrase was, you remember this, pigs in a blanket, fry them like bacon, referring to our police. That's referring to our police. The stated goal of BLM organization people is to achieve the destruction of the nuclear family, abolish the police, abolish prisons, abolish border security, abolish capitalism, and abolish school choice. That's what their stated goals are. This is not the agenda of the black community. This is the agenda of an extreme socialist, or worse. You know what the other word is. Yeah, Marxist, communist, communist. But this is the extreme socialist left. But beyond that, in my opinion. That's why the founders of the organization call themselves trained Marxists. And yet we have major corporations, out of weakness or fear or whatever reason, donating hundreds of millions of dollars to them. These are fools. These are fools. The big progressive corporations donating to BLM should instead be spending their money helping black families rebuild from the left wing, from these horrible left-wing riots. Wealthy liberal hypocrites want to defund the police in our inner cities while living behind walled compounds. They're walled compounds. It's you got to see the way some of these people live. They live pretty well. You know, the funny thing is that if anything ever happened, they'd be the first to go. You know that, right? Let's go get these people. They're fools. They want to get rid of school choice for black children while sending their own children to the best private schools in the land. They want to open borders, and that's what they want. They want open borders for you, but security for themselves. They want top security, but let's open up the borders. Let's let everybody pour into our country so that you won't have jobs left. You won't have anything left. You won't have, and there's a tremendous public health crisis. You know, we built now over 330 miles of wall, and it will be finished soon. And our numbers on the border are now the best they've been in decades, and it's incredible what's happened. The wall has been incredible. 330 miles, David, that's pretty good. A long way, considering we had a party that didn't want to let us build the wall. You know, they wanted the wall 10 years ago. They really wanted the wall. And as soon as I wanted it, they didn't want it. And I said it last night. We had a tremendous rally last night with probably 35,000 people. I said it last night. I said, I made a mistake. I should have said, we will not build a wall. And we would have had funding in about 15 minutes. Instead, I had to win 6 different lawsuits. This was not easy. Crazy Nancy. She's crazy. And you know, do you notice how quiet it is now? Now it's 330 miles. It'll be built first. It'll be completed. We're doing 10 miles a day on average. Think of this. I don't hear any more about the wall. They don't want to talk about the wall anymore. But the numbers are great. Republicans will always uphold equal justice under the law. We will defend the civil rights of every single American, and we will defend our God-given freedoms, including religious liberty. And the Second Amendment, by the way. And, Second Amendment. Have to save our Second Amendment. I'm the only thing standing between you and me and Second Amendment. I'm standing right now. We're not going to be losing our Second Amendment. They're going to get rid of it. You know who they put in charge? Beto. Remember Beto? Beto O'Rourke. That's a Spanish name. He needed the Spanish vote, right? He said, I want Spanish. I said, what about Hispanic? He said, I don't know about that. He knows less about it than perhaps I do. But Beto, remember he had a cover in a terrible magazine. And he said that I was born to run for president. He was hot then. Even though he just lost a race to Texas. He was hot. You know, and he said, I was born to run for president. Anybody that says that is a sure loser. Can you imagine if I said that? I said, I was born to run for president. You said, this guy's whacked out. This guy, it's not an easy deal going on over here, I'll tell you. I had a very nice life before. You know that? You sort of read about my life. You knew a lot about my life. I had a great life. What the hell did I do this for, David? What did I do this for, David Perdue? No, I enjoy it. You know why I enjoy it? I love it. Oh, by the way, did you see they just caught the FBI? Did you see the text messages? Oh, it's brutal. One of the guys said, listen, this is really illegal. I want insurance. They bought insurance for these people because they thought they were going to be locked up. We got it. Now they're going crazy. This is the hottest thing right now on the internet, all over the place. Boy, oh boy. They've been looking at me. So essentially then, it was the exact opposite. Okay, and you see Biden's son? He got 3.5. Hunter. Where's Hunter? Remember? Where's Hunter? You know what I do? I call him Where's Hunter? That's his name. Where's Hunter? We made a T-shirt. I was making a speech. I said, where's Hunter? Where is he? I'm looking at this. I was kidding. I said, where's Hunter? The next day it was the biggest selling T-shirt in the history of Where's Hunter? No, Hunter got a check from the wife of the mayor of Moscow for $3.5 million. Would anybody accept whatever he was supposed to do for $3.5 million? There's no job that I can think of. $3.5 million. Now, before Biden became vice president, right, he got nothing. He had no money, no nothing, got thrown out of the military. He got thrown out. He had no job. Now he's getting checks for $3.5 million from the mayor, the ex-mayor, very substantial person, by the way, of Moscow. So we got it wrong. It wasn't Trump. I have nothing to do. I didn't have a phone call. Now think of it. Let's call Bob Mueller, put him on the case. Thank you. Thank you. He said, let's call Bob Mueller. I stole from him. Hey, I plagiarized from him like Biden. That was very good. He says, let's call Bob Mueller. Bob's a sharp guy. He'll get him. He'll figure it out. How about me? 3 years of investigation, 48 million. They find nothing. A friend of mine, very smart in New York, said, very smart, he said, you must be the most honest person in the world. When 19 geniuses, bad people, but geniuses, plus unlimited law enforcement, 49 FBI agents, 2.5 years, can't find anything, you got to be the cleanest person in the world. It's true. But it turned out to be the opposite story. It was them who was dealing with Russia. David, if you guys could start working on that when you get back. Doug, please, if you don't mind. You were so incredible to me, and if you don't mind, think of it. It was the exact opposite, Doug. He's trying to defend us. Please defend the president. Well, it turned out to be the opposite. They were the ones that were dealing with Russia. It was a disinformation campaign. Kelly, start working on that with David, please, okay? I think Monday morning would be okay. Well, we are appointing a Supreme Court justice for that. No, we are. That's a big deal. You know, the Democrats, they don't think we should do it. Okay? Because, you know, we have a lot of time left. You know, it's really January 20th. We have a lot of time left, but they don't think we should do it because it's toward the end of the first term. Well, we got a lot of time left. Now, put them in our shoes. Do you think they'd say, well, I think we should probably not do this? What chance do we have of that, David? Zero, would you say? No, the only difference is they would have gone even crazier. They would have gone totally. They would have been fighting, let's get it done immediately. They would be working over the weekend. No, they're just they have been not good to deal with. But you know what? When we built this great success, it started to all come together. Then we got interrupted by China. What they did, they should never have done that. They should remember this. We can never forget it. But it was starting to come together, and it will come together because we're going to have an even greater success, in my opinion, next year. While Democrats have tried to silence pastors, and we had some great pastors up here. I watched backstage. I watched those guys, and I said, I don't want to follow them. I don't want to follow them. I was looking for somebody else to speak first. But they were great, weren't they? Really great? You know the truth, I could say they love you, they love the country. They at least like me, because you know what? If they didn't, they couldn't do what they just did. They did it from the heart, didn't they? Really? I watched that. I won't forget it either. I'm never going to forget it. I'm not forgetting. I don't forget things. Thank you. I don't forget things. Where are the pastors that got up? Where are they? Where are they? Where are those guys? Man, oh man. I'll never follow you again. At least we had Herschel in between, right? And Herschel didn't like it either. That was really great. Thank you both. Thank you all very much. That was beautiful. That was from the heart, and we appreciate it. We won't forget. We won't forget. I will fiercely defend the vital role of black churches in America. Okay? Joe Biden and the Democrats say that Black Lives Matter, but they do not protect the most vulnerable black lives of all unborn children. They support the unlimited abortion of black children right up until the 9th month of pregnancy. And if you look at this governor of Virginia beyond, I had not heard that, but if you look at the governor of Virginia, he said the baby is born, and then they start to talk. I said, wait a minute, that's not abortion. That's not abortion. You know what that is? No, it's I call it execution, really. You've seen that, right? I had not heard that. You hear late-term abortion. You never heard that. But the governor of Virginia, the one that thinks he's Michael Jackson, the one whose wife stopped him from trying to imitate Michael Jackson moonwalking. And one thing we know, he's not going to be Michael. There's nobody that can moonwalk like Michael. He got very lucky. That would have been the end if he would have done that. But the Democrats champion Planned Parenthood, an organization founded on racism that continues to target the black community. In the Republican Party, we believe in protecting all black lives, including the unborn. We believe that every child of every race, born and unborn, is made in the holy image of God. Republicans believe that all human life is sacred. At no time before has there been a clearer choice between two parties, two visions, two philosophies, two agendas for the future. Now, you know that. There's never been a difference like this. Our opponents want our children to grow up in a socialist nation that will mean less opportunity, less prosperity, less safety, and less hope for the future. The Democrat Party's message to your children is that their path is doomed and that their country is evil. My message to every child in America is the exact opposite. I want our children to know that they are part of the most exciting and incredible adventure in human history. No matter where your family comes from, no matter your background, in America, anyone can rise. Democrats divide our country by race. Republicans unite Americans through our shared bonds of citizenship. You see it here. This glorious country is the shared heritage of all Americans. In every generation, black patriots poured out their blood, sweat, heart, and soul to defend American liberty and to realize our founding promise that we are all made equal by the hand of Almighty God. African American leaders lifted up the conscience of our nation, to end slavery and segregation and secure your civil rights. Black heroes like Harriet Tubman, Sojourner Truth, Booker T. Washington, Martin Luther King, Rosa Parks, and Thurgood Marshall helped build the most just, noble, free, and exceptional nation on earth. Now, with the help of a new generation of black patriots, and there some of them are right now, we will reach new heights of glory and greatness. We will and you know this, we are going to revitalize our cities. It's in the process. We will bring more jobs and factories back to our communities. We will give every single child a chance to reach their full God-given potential. We will build the most inclusive society, the most successful economy, and the most inspiring future the world has ever seen. And we will do it for citizens of every background, every race, religion, color, and creed. Together we made unbelievable progress and achieved once unimaginable success. Nobody thought it was possible. And with your support, your vote, and your voice, the best is yet to come. So this has been a great honor for me. I have a lot of friends in the audience, and I just want to thank you very much. God bless you. God bless America. God bless you all. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
President Donald Trump wrapping up his remarks in Atlanta on the Platinum Plan, rolling out a promise to black Americans. Get ready, because it's going to be a historic election. I believe President Trump will get more of the black vote than any other Republican president since, wow, I don't know. You'll have to look back and see, but I'm telling you, the enthusiasm is huge. All right. I'm sorry, I'm communicating with the crew here. We're going to be live from Newport News, Virginia, coming up shortly in about a couple hours here. Stand by for coverage from Liz Willis, Zoe Sozo, and Grace Saldana. Coming up, thank you all for joining us and spending the afternoon with us. We'll see you tonight, 6 p.m. Eastern Time. Don't miss it.
Y'all, we're Diamond and Silk. Listen, our book dropped already, and we want you to get a copy of it.
That's right.
Uprising, who the hell said you can't ditch and switch? The Awakening of Diamond and Silk.
That's right.
Now you can get the book at diamondandsilkbook.com or anywhere that books are sold. And I want you to continue to support RSBN.
That's right.
Why? Because they've been here since the beginning. And they will be here to the very end.
That's right.
And guess what, y'all?
What?
We gonna win.
That's right.
You all get out and vote. Vote red, R-E-D, remove every Democrat. And make sure you vote for Donald J. Trump. We love y'all.
Bye-bye.
Hi friends, I'm Father Frank Pavone of Priests for Life, and I thank our friends at Right Side Broadcasting for the great job they do bringing you these rallies. You know, when the president has these rallies, he summarizes his accomplishments. We have a website called prolifepresident.com where you can read those accomplishments in detail, not only on pro-life, but on every issue. I invite you to join us there. You can also order a comparison piece of the party platforms and some prayer cards for the election. So thanks, and again, God bless Right Side Broadcasting.